How's everybody going? Welcome to Stinger's Headlight Restoration course today, broadcast on YouTube Live, as well as some of our attendees here. Excuse me, that will be participating with us in this really interesting service that we offer. My name is David Pedre. I'm with Zach Moreno. We are national sales and training representatives or supervisors, whatever you want to call it, for Stinger Chemical. Want to go ahead and introduce yourself there? They already know you.
17 years now. Worked my way up, done almost everything imaginable for something. Just show you how to make money. Add on to your service that you already do. Easy way to headlight. We have a headlight kit, and we also have a spray. Just depending on what service that your customer wants, is what you can provide for them. So we can charge $150 headlight, or we can charge $40 headlight, depending on what you want to do. So that's going to be very short here in the classroom. There's a lot. Actually, touch it like you're standing down. So thank you for coming in. Sorry for the delay, guys. Online, we had difficulties in storming here in Houston. Stuff wasn't cooperating. Thanks for tuning in now.
And I'm David Pedre. I've been in the industry for quite a bit. Been with Stinger for going on a year and a half, 2 years almost. And one of the things we like to bring to you guys is bring you services you can add on to your current services and makes you a little bit of money here and there. A lot of times we overlook some of these things and we just either overlook them and send them down the road, and we don't take the time to actually see that it's a skill and a service you can provide to your customer that's going to add to your bottom line, as well as provide safety. Everything about this course, in my opinion, is based on safety. If you can't see where you're going, you really can't get there in a very safe manner, and this helps you get there. It also is a great money saver for the customer. As Zach alluded to, we do have our new headlight kit coming out. We have our traditional coating that you can easy on, easy off, send it down the road. This is more of a detailed process, but it is a longer lasting one just because it's a ceramic based product. But one of the things is that we're going to go over the second half of the course is going to be about how to sell it. How, what, why, where, when, and give you some tips on how to price your services, because you can get a boatload of money for sometimes applying these things, and sometimes it's just cheaper. It all depends on your market. So part of that is going to be market research, and we'll go over that on the business side of it. So get ready to take your notes down. We provided you with papers to take your notes down, because we fly through some of these things sometimes and then you don't catch up to it. But if you keep a note down, you can ask us a question and we can refer to that and we can go forward on that. Cool? Real quick. Poquito. Ok. De suerte somos bilingües, así que no te preocupes. Viniste un día tarde, esa fue ayer, pero no importa. No importa. Estamos molestando, solo molestando, tranquilo. You guys speak Spanish as well? He does. Sort of, kind of. You looked at, okay, well, I just wanted to make sure, so we got to know your audience, man. A little bit, poquito. Nevertheless, what we're going to do is, you got the clicker? Okay, here we go. So make sure you sign in, and if you haven't signed in, that's not a problem. There's not many of you. We can get you, as we go out, whatever, sign in your information. That way we have a way of seeing and tracking who's been here and who hasn't, and so later on we can hit you up and let you know that there's more classes coming on, and just make sure that we keep you up to date. That's basically what it's all about. On YouTube, make sure that if you're going to be wanting to participate, please hit the chat, send us a note. We'll get someone to read the note off for us, and then or a question or a comment, and we can address those accordingly. All right. So this is basically the structure of what we're going to be going through today. Okay, how to sell it, how to price it, how to perform it, how to understand the process that you're doing and what you're doing it with. Okay, we are great endorsers of the Eagle abrasive system. So we're going to teach you how to sand with the Eagle abrasive system, and our system is a dry system. There's other systems out there. I come from more of a wet sanding system, or a dry or a damp sanding system, but the dry system is basically equally the same, but a little bit cleaner. Okay, it's a little dustier, obviously, but it's a little bit cleaner only because it's not throwing slurry all over the place, and we'll go over what slurry is momentarily when we go down there. So basically, the methods of how to do it and what we're going to be going with as far as if you're going to do a spray on, which is more of a quick turnaround kind of a thing, not as long lasting. So they may have to come back a little earlier than normal than the ceramic, which is going to be a longer lasting application. My focus on this, as well as Zach's, I'm sure, is going to be making sure that you sand it down correctly. Once you sand them down to where it's basically perfection as far as what you're looking to accomplish, then your last step is going to be easy. Now it depends on what you want to apply and what the customer is willing to pay for. Any other? Cool. Let's rock. There we go. So, headlights and understanding what headlights are, okay? It's not just something that shines your way to where you're going, okay? But what's in the way of what you're doing, what you're going to be coming across when you're getting there, okay? So, how do you sell this to a customer? You sell it by safety. That's the one most important key here, okay? Safety. You sell them safety. Because at the end of the day, that is what is going to get you going. Come on in, folks. Just have a seat and welcome. We have a little bit more, a couple of attendees. We were just basically going through the introduction to the course. So, all right. Cool. Excellent. Everybody speaks English. Everything, we're good? All right. So we'll just make a little compensation for him. Cool. All right. So. Cool. One thing to go over, a couple of just housekeeping things here. If you got a question, comment, concern as to what we're talking about, raise your hand. We'll come to you. We're probably going to go through what we're saying, and then we'll come back and hit you, so you can make your comment or question accordingly. We're basically going about how to sell headlight kits and understanding what the headlight process is for restoration of the headlights. Okay, headlights are really expensive out there. Okay, depending on the model of the car you're getting, they are really expensive. So this is a great opportunity to save the customer some money, make some extra money for yourselves. Okay, but you know, the original headlights for cars, I mean, you can get up into some serious money. Okay, go look at a Porsche headlight. Okay, just to pick one out of the, you know, the millions of cars that are out there, that's some expensive stuff. There you go. So if you're selling the service for
Cleaning my headlights as opposed to paying $750 for one of them or $15 for two of them.
yeah, and that's the way to look at it. Right. And usually if they're going to degrade, they may degrade at a different level, but they're going to degrade at the same time. So you're probably looking at buying two, regardless of what you're doing. So keeping that in mind, you're saving the customer a lot of heartache, a lot of pain in the pocketbook. So at the end of the day, this is a great service to sell, a great service to provide to your customers, as long as you get educated on it and doing it well. Hence your participation in the class today. So I thank you again for coming over. I know that, sure.
How you sell this is the picture speaks for itself. 145 feet, it's all yellowed up, like this.
Yeah, so, yeah, sun comes down. So great customer for that. Just taking a look at the customer side of it, keeping something in mind. As guys, we're gonna do whatever. Okay. More of the women are basically, you know, traveling with the kids, going to school, dropping them off, going to soccer practice, whatever it is, you know, World Cup. So basically, safety, and when you address that mostly with a female who's carrying the kids around and being the soccer mom and all that kind of stuff, this is huge, and they will typically be part of your main target or main customer base, from what I found in my detailed business in the past. So just keeping that in mind. It is a greener solution. because you're not tossing all this plastic out into the landfills and things of that nature. Some people care about that, some people don't, but it is also a nice talking point that you can tell the customer. All right. One of the things to understand is what a headlight is composed of. And obviously it's just plastic, just see-through plastic. But there's something on that plastic that is what is yellowing. It's not necessarily the plastic that's yellowing, it's a protective coating, a polycarbonate coating that's on the headlight. Basically, take a look at nail polish or a clear coat. It's clear, it's just a coating of plastic, okay, at the end of the day. But that gets degraded with the sun, gets degraded with the UVs that are put out by the sun. They get degraded by having fallout if you're parking under shady trees. All this stuff that falls on there that doesn't come off. And when we're washing a car, we're typically not even washing the headlights, we're just going right through that. So all this stuff just settles on there. This is a very invasive process. Just to make sure that we understand that when you're cutting through all that stuff, you are invading that surface. You're breaking through all that coating to be able to get down to the plastic, polish it up, make it all look nice and shiny, and prep for the application of the following step. Again, going back to safety, hazardous to drive, okay? I'm gonna keep going back at it. If you can't see it, you're gonna hit it. So you might as well make sure that you have it as much as possible to the standards of when they purchase a car new. And it's just basically guaranteeing yourself that you're able to get that done for them. If you have a shop, heck, if you have a mobile unit and you have a headlight, go to a U-pick and have one, maybe split in half with tape, do one side of it and then have the other one, and that is a great tool to sell it. Hey, this is what it looks like, kind of, sort of now. This is what it could look like after I get through the process for you. XYZ, here's my price, and you go accordingly. The reason I don't like to concentrate on price basically is because every market is different. Do your research. Guys, call your competitors, go online if they have websites, find out what they're charging, find out where your skill level is at. Obviously, if you haven't done this before, don't go out there and start quoting $300. And if you're not going to put out $300 worth of work, might not be a good thing. But get yourself to that standard. Go to U-pick. If you buy one to show, buy one to work on and practice. Better practice on that than to practice on someone's car. Okay? You never know what comes out. So, understanding what we're going to be using to get through this, we're going to be using sandpaper. Okay, there's a difference. There's sanding papers and there's finishing papers. Before we get down to the finishing side, which is where we're going to refine everything we've done, we're going to cut through all of this. So we're going to get down to some really aggressive papers in the 320s, the 500 sectors of the sanding market, and that's what's going to happen. So we're going to go over some of the applications. You can do it by hand. You can do it with a mini polisher. We have several versions of it here and at the detail store where we have our studio, which is where we're going to be going after. That'll be a second or the middle portion of the class, but the second part of this one. So some of the things you need to have: masking tape. You need to have all these tools to make sure you are safely doing this. Masking tape is huge. I had a friend of mine who once said, the cheapest way of ensuring that I'm not doing damage to the paint is using a lot of masking tape. Masking tape is cheap at the end of the day without having to repaint. So use it liberally, make sure you're taping off every edge, make sure you're taping everything up, because if you're using a polisher that's going to throw the orbit and it could gouge into the paint and give you a little bit of a headache going forward. So just keeping that in mind, making sure you have a solvent-based product or an all-purpose cleaner-based safe product that you can wipe down with. Make sure you have anything and everything you need to make sure that you are as safely doing this as possible. Okay, this is detailed there. You will see all of these and be able to play with them when we get across the street. Anything? Yep. Yep. 50.
For $65. That's all into this process.
Yeah.
So good one.
Yeah, if you go to any place that sells automotive paint supplies, that'll be probably the cheapest, not the cheapest, but the best version of getting tape that's quality. Yeah, let me rephrase that. But the thing is, you're gonna have a choice of getting certain sandpapers that are not gonna damage the paint when you pull them off, so the glue is not gonna stick back. So you're not gonna add steps to the process to clean that, so some of them are clean swipe. So keeping that in mind, I'm partial to the blue and or green. The orange is also very good as well. So make sure you get a quality paper. There's also grays to masking tape. So if you can't gouge all the way through it. So it helps just keep everything safe around it. And that's the main thing here. Yeah, if you got yellow lights, man, we're looking for volunteers. Yeah. Think about your headlights, and if you got problem with your headlights, when we're done here, we can go across the street. Just make sure you bring the car with you.
With the rain, when you do it.
Yes. Okay. There is a curing process to some of these things, but the curing process is not going to be one of these 12-hour things or anything to that effect. Okay. So you will, by the time we're done, you'll be able to drive the car out, no problems. Okay. And by the way, welcome.
So y'all got y'all's the wipe on ceramic now? Yes.
The wipe on. Oh yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah, I got you. Yeah. Yeah. You'll be able to play with something new here. So you keep that in mind. So this is something new that we brought to the market. So something that you'll be able to get your hands on before it actually goes for sale. So your feedback is going to be very valuable to us. Okay. Yeah. And just to show you, this goes a long way. Probably get 5-6 cars depending, because you're only doing one coat. So I'm sorry? Yeah, you could do a lot of them. So it's not like that. Just make sure you're storing it correctly, because it is a ceramic product. It is a real ceramic product. So you want to make sure you're storing it correctly. Let's go on to the next. All right, so this is basically what I was talking about. Know your market, understand your market. That is not just with Headlight services, that is with any service you provide. Anything you do, understand your market, okay? Don't be the low ball leader, because now you've established the market price and it's down here and nobody makes money there, okay? Make sure that you're priced right, that you're priced accordingly. By understanding your market, doing your research, go online, check out, do whatever search you use or search engine you use, and do detail services, Houston, just because we're here, or wherever it is that you're based out of, and just gives you a general idea as to where you want to be. But, here you go. A lot of body shops will do this service, and a lot of times, the ones that I've been involved with, they just buzz right through it with a polisher and call it a day, and it looks pretty for, if at all. Mm-hmm.
So they can spread their own beer, which is essentially what's going on right now.
Yeah.
So they can essentially apply.
Yeah.
But that's why they charge you. So they have it. Now, you can sell warranty yourself as a company and be like, hey, you come back, 6 months and it's yelled out already, I'll apply it for you. That's just how you protect yourself, even though you told them the last year or 2 years.
Right.
They come back 6 months to refit. Maybe something must have happened, during the process that you made last year, and you just cut your loss that way, and you still made enough money, because it's not, it's going to take you a lot quicker to get through it.
Right. Going on to the business side of this, know your costs. So basically what Zach said, okay, you get a 50, and I'm not saying that's the price on this particular product, this is an example here. You get this and it's going to cost you $60. You got to basically break this down into how much is it costing you per discs and how many discs are you going to use. There is a process, there's various processes out there. It doesn't matter where you go, everybody's got their own process. My process is certain amount of discs per level. In other words, on your first cut, you're going to use X amount of discs. Typically, that's going to get you through a whole job to finish it all consistently always. I usually like the 320s, about 3 discs for 320, 2 discs for 500, 2 discs for 800, 1 disc for 1,000, 1 disc for 1,500, or depending on your finishing step. And that will, the reason I came up with that idea because it helped me get my costs where they were supposed to be. I understood every single penny that was going into my service, and that's why I priced it accordingly. So if I had $17 in product, meaning each disc, each thing, each product by the ounce, that's just how sick I am. But it allowed me to say, okay, my service, my cost is at $17 plus my hourly fee. That's where I start. Now everything is where I'm going to charge the customer for, but they're going to pay for that. Okay, that includes a microfiber towel that I'm using to wipe down after the ceramic, because then I can't use that on anything else. So understand your cost before you price your service. I figured out per process. So if I'm doing 2 lights, I'm never going to do 1 light. No, exactly. I do. So if I'm doing 3, 2, 1, 1, 1 here, I'm doing the same thing right here. So that way I put it all in together, and that gives me my base cost, and then I go from there. So if you're working for $40 an hour, and let's say I used an example of $17, now I'm at $57. We start from there. That make sense? Okay. So it's just knowing that business, knowing your business, knowing how to run your business and not your business running you. Okay. We're doing it because we love what we do. We enjoy what we do. It's part of our passion, but you got to get paid for your passion. You don't get paid for your hobbies, but you get paid for your passion. So charge accordingly. All right. Any questions, comments, concerns? Let's move on. So how long does it take you? So might take you 25 minutes a light, might take you an hour for light. Depends on your proficiency. How fast are you going to get there? Price accordingly. Always price a little bit higher so that you got that time built in. Okay? So that when you tell a customer come back in 2 hours, you're done with 1 headlight, we didn't price right. We got to explain to them and set that expectation. Okay? All righty. Are you charging for travel time? Are you doing it off-site? Are you doing it at your own location? You got to get paid to get there. It's just part of running your business efficiently. And are you making profit on it? So if you're pricing it right and you know your cost and you're, pricing it correctly, you're being profitable. Just make sure you're pricing it correctly. Don't go out there and undersell the market, because now you lay that market down and you're basically at that price for a good time before you start to increase it, and then you're going to get the customer feedback and I don't want services anymore because you're too expensive or whatever. So make sure that what you're charging for, you're doing right. Okay, that is the key for them to best advertising is word of mouth. Make sure they pass it on to the next guy. Chances are, if you didn't do a great job, they're going to tell everybody. If you did a great job, they're going to tell no one. That's just human nature, okay? Don't go there, they suck, So that's what you want to do. And, do your price comparison. If you have a general idea as to what headlights go for, okay, you're going to be able to go ahead and say, that's compared to what? Compared to buying a new set? That new set's going to cost you X, Y, Z. Outdoing the price of your one headlight, outdoing your service. So just make sure that they understand that, okay? And here it is. There we go. So how do we start the service? How do we know how deep we're going to get? If you establish a basic system, okay, that's why my system worked for me at my shop. I always did that system, that process or the products that I used, okay? But you have to assess it. Is it really, really bad? That's really, really bad. Is it less than that? Yeah, not as bad. You might be able to go a little less. But if you do it right the first time, even if it's the same process for everyone, you might be able to scrimp on, like, if I'm using the 320, I might get there in 2. Okay, cool. I'm still going to keep that 3 as my baseline. All right? Make sure that we're wiping everything off, cleaning it correctly with a good prep product. That's going to allow you to make sure you're working on just exactly what you're supposed to be working on, not working through dirt to get to the polycarbonate. Okay? If I'm going too fast, by all means, slow me down. All right? Are you going to do it by hand? You're going to do it by machine. If you're going to do it by hand, it's a bear. Okay? It's a bear. It really is, I would say, a labor of love. I mean, you really got to get in there. Seriously, you really got to get in there.
If you're doing it by hand, you better be charging a lot more than doing it
exactly
than normal, just because it's going to take you a lot longer to get through.
Make sure you're doing it the right way. You know, don't go out there and start sanding like this because you're not a machine. So it's never going to be consistent, always straight lines. It just makes it easier on your buff step if you're going to do a buff step or a compound step. So just make sure you go, you know, your process is correct, and we're going to go through that when we get out to the classroom or the test area. The paint depth gauge is not really going to help you here. However, what will help you here is a lumens gauge. Probably pick something up like that for about 20 bucks. You may have to go online for it, but basically one thing is that I do, and I should have brought it. I basically put it on, I turn on the headlights, shut off all the lights in the shop, and I put that on there and see what the lumen is gonna come off that light or through that light. Okay, that gives me a general idea. After I'm done, I do it again, and that one, I do both in front of the customer. That way they understand what kind of correction and how deep we're gonna go to make sure that their headlights are to where the spec is when they bought the car to you, right? I forgot the part number, but it's like AIM 2000, if I'm not mistaken. You can go look for that online, and it's a lumens gauge. It's basically what it's a luminosity gauge. You understand what lumens are and wattages and stuff like that?
Lumens is how you grade light.
Yeah, the quality of the light, the
Watts
the
grade.
output, not the watts, not the volts, none of that is that. It's the amount of light you're getting.
That you're getting out.
Okay, so that's what you're looking for, to make sure that we've improved on that. Any measurable improvement, I'm gonna say 50 plus is a great gauge. Some of them are really far gone, and it's gonna be hard to get there because you're gonna have cracking or fracturing on the inside of the headlight. So that's gonna cut down some stuff, but it will be an improvement you'll be able to notice. Okay. What you want to do is, as well, is you want to make sure that your papers are high quality. You know, don't go to some of the stores that'll sell you some really lower grade, because the amount of abrasive that's on there, or the quality of abrasive that's on there, is not going to give you a true scratch. So at the end of the day, what we're doing is we're putting in millions of scratches to get them all out. Just think about it that way. It's kind of like, you know, when you're going on paint and you're sanding, you got one scratch you want to remove, but you're putting millions of scratches in that one scratch to get it down. So think about it that way. That's what we're doing to cut through, to be able to cut through to that. Okay? Anything? You cool? Always work with a clean surface. And that means the headlight, but as well as your discs or your sandpaper if you're using a sheets, whatever. What you want to do is, after you do your process, you go through a certain amount of cutting. You see it's not cutting anymore. You want to pull off, wipe it off, make sure it's clean, because now you don't have to go through that slurry or that dust that's coming off to be able to cut through, because if not, you're just going to be like a dog chasing his tail. It's not going to be happening. You're not going to be accomplishing much. All right? Depending on the systems, depending on whose system you're using or whatever, you're going to start at a certain grade, depending on what it is you're selling. We've seen a lot of people that start at 500 and go from there. It all depends. A great baseline is a little bit of a rougher grit or a heavier grit, just to make sure you're getting through all that really hard polycarbonate. This is really hard stuff, and that's why it takes a little bit longer to degrade. However, I've noticed on my own personal cars and friends' cars, they're degrading a lot faster nowadays than they were before. I mean, there's one of my neighbors has a 2023. It's only 3 years old. That thing is already glazed over. So it doesn't even sit in the sun all the time, whatever. So it's either lack of good material being applied at the factory or whatever else. But at the end of the day, they're not lasting as long as they typically do. Okay? So once you get your system, you're just going to go back and repeat the same thing over on the next headlight. So a system is always great. and you want to finish, especially if you're applying a coating, you want to have something for it to bite. Okay, you're not going to finish with a polish. It doesn't really matter. You can go to 3,000 or finer. But when you're applying a finished product like our coating or our restoration, you want to leave some grip behind. You want to finish, let's say, at 2,000, because that'll grab.
So this one wants you to finish at 1,000.
At 1,000. So
600, so you go 600 and 1,000, or you can go 800 and 1,200, just depending on what you have on hand.
And the gravity of the damage.
Right one, you can put 2,000 and it'll hide all the scratches.
You shouldn't have to hide any scratches. It should be fine enough that it will get into those scratches, so to speak, for lack of a better word, and it'll fill everything out the way it's supposed to, and it'll look clear. So we'll do I'll tell you what. We'll do one side with that. We'll do one side with the other one. That way you can see the both. Okay.
Because my problem is that I'll do it, and then sometimes it'll look absolutely
flawless,
brand new, but then they turn the lights on.
Of course.
And then they can see the scratch.
Exactly, and you've applied something on it.
Right.
Oh, that's after you finish your process, or is that before you? Okay, so you have to you have to refine your steps, or you have to take a look at your steps and where do you start off, and determine which are. That's why when we were doing part of the testing on here, I did like a step down lens. So what I did was I just did the 320 or the 300 to 280, whatever it is we're using. Taped that off, then I did the 500, then I did the other one, then I did the other one, then I did the other one. So when you pull the tape off, you'll see the gradual improvement, and you'll see a definite minimization of all the grits, where it just becomes really, really fine. You turn the headlights on to make sure everything is consistent to the process, and then you go there. So when we applied the coating on that one step down lens, it consistently came out across the board, where you could see the definition of each breakdown. But this one, the one we finished at 2,000, which is a recommendation on that, it was where it was supposed to be, and we did not see anything. There was a little bit of fracturing on the inside of the lens. No one's getting that out. That's a replacement. But if it's very minimal cracking, you shouldn't have a problem.
So right now I go to 3,000 Trizac, and those pads are expensive. Like $4.
$4 a disc.
Trisac's expensive, bro.
Yeah.
That's wet sanding. Yeah.
Right, and it's got the interface, in it, right?
It's built
Yeah.
into it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So if I can stop at 2,000, that would save $4.
There you go. You're doing the math. There you go. Know your costs. See, he's knowing his. That's what he's looking at all these.
You got
things.
Trizac at 2002?
No,
No. What are you using at 2000?
just
That's fine.
regular.
I just want to make sure.
Are you using? Is it a standing or is it a finishing? Finishing disc. You should. That basically what it's doing is it's taking the scratch and it's bending it, rather than having it as a peak. It's bending it. Yeah, it's just rounding the edges. So use a good quality. Like I said, use a good quality paper. That's going to get you halfway down the road to getting your job done right.
Something I'll mention is like the silicone carbide sandpaper is kind of like a number 2 pencil, so like it always stays sharp. Would you say? As in aluminum oxide, it kind of like degrades like a regular.
Well, because you are essentially grinding it down, grinding the abrasive down. The silicone will last a little longer, definitely. Don't go down the rabbit hole. Make sure that they all work together. So don't use one and then another one. Don't use an aluminum oxide and then go to a silicon carbide, because that's when you start really throwing curveballs into your process and might give you different results. Stick to the same thing. Stick to the family of the products that you're using, because that says that they're consistently made one way. Does that make sense? We good? There you go. So on your process. Now, obviously, this is a process done on paint. You're using the same process when it comes to that. Because at the end of the day, this polycarbonate is paint. It's just non-pigmented paint, basically. So it's got UV inhibitors built into it, as does clear coats for cars. So you're basically essentially using the proper process on it. Don't practice on a customer's car. Go to UPick, pick up a piece, Try it on that. Mess that up, don't mess the customers up. Okay?
The Japanese brand.
I'm sorry?
Japanese vehicles first. But they just do a lot less sanding.
Well, take a look at your market. Okay, I don't know the Houston market as well as I know the Miami market. Guarantee, well, I'm not going to say guarantee. That's a bad word. But I can almost put some money on it that there's more American-made cars here sold than there are Japanese cars, just because it's America. You know, I'm thinking, I don't know. You tell me. I'm not a Houston guy. You know, I just visit here once a month. But know your market. At the end of the day, know your market, because basically the clear coat that they use on the car will be similar to what they use on the headlight.
Correct.
So just equate that to that. Make any sense? I confuse anybody? I'm gonna get you, man.
My man's confused this whole time.
Yeah, we got a guy who came in late for the Spanish class, and he came into this one, so we're trying to take care of him. So we're gonna take him off on the side, and okay. Nada más que estamos molestando contigo. So here's part of what we offer as part of what we are a representative for Eagle Abrasives, as well as what we use. So we not only just have it as an option for our customers to buy it, we use it and use it religiously anytime we sand. It's just a very good, solid company with regards to really good, solid production of their material and all of the things that come with it. So all the applicators, the interface pads, if you want to do it by sheets, if you want to do it by discs, if you want to do it by hand, and then these are stuff that you can actually use on a machine. The discs is what we use there. So just going out this, we really promote a lot of our dry sanding. Just makes it a little bit easier for some people to have access to it. All right. And then those are all the application methods that you can use with the Eagle abrasive paper. And as you'll notice, they can get down to like 1 inch. So now that you have some of these headlights that are not like this, but they'll have like this, and then they have like a piece that goes up on the top or whatever that branches out, you'll be able to get in there with a 1 inch disc if you're going to do it by hand or even by machine, because we do have the discs, no, the disc for the 1 inch, and we also have the applicator for the 1 inch. You can actually get in there. But the other options are to get down there and be able to use any of the machines available on the market today, whether it's an hybrid, a Pixie, or a 6-inch sander. Accordingly, your mileage may vary depending on what you buy. Okay, but just get proficient at whatever system you're using. So here's just a little bit of history on Eagle Abrasives and how they make their products and how their technology has helped us be able to show these classes and have the students take participation in them and understand that it is if you have a cleaner scratch to get out, it's a better process because it's quicker and faster. And at the end of the day, it's about efficiencies. If you go to any of our classes, or if we're traveling out and doing our road shows where we go to our distributors and teach their customers, we really focus on efficiencies. And this paper helps us get there because the quality of scratch is so much better and so much easier to work with. All right? Additional things that you can put on there, that is our, after we did the presentation, we didn't update it with this one. That is our actual coating. This is our actual headlight coating. They are different. They are two different products because they're designed to go on what they are, focused on. But the coating, you can use the spray, and then those are your discs to use on there.
Use both. Use both.
Yeah, well, you know what? Tell you, there's one in every crowd, right?
Absolutely.
That's how we love that.
But I'm not gonna lie, he's been to every class that we've had though. So
all right, cool.
He's implemented all of our processes and he's made them his own processes, which is understandable. We just give you the base. Yeah. And you take it on however you want to do it.
Yeah.
Because as long as the car is clean, shiny, smells good at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how you got there.
So, keeping in mind something here, guys, make sure that you understand that if it came off that body shop, the formulation of whatever they used is a little bit different. It's just because of the VOCs, and if it's body shop safe, whether it contains, silicones or things of that nature that will not allow the paint to cure correctly. So That is a body shop safe product there.
Yep.
Okay, this one should be a body shop safe product depending on where you're putting it. You're not putting it on paint, so it should be okay. We'll leave it at that because we're not going to go down the rabbit hole of getting into that. But here's a process. Clean your headlights. Make sure you're using a good solvent product or an all-purpose cleaner type product. It could be a paint prep product as well. As long as you're getting it clean, just make sure it's all clean before you start that process. You don't want any dirt on there. Make sure you pop the hood up, prop it up, do whatever you got to do if it doesn't stay up. I would suggest putting a towel or a microfiber, anything to cover anything that it could go into the engine, just the dust, whatever. It's just cleanup is a little bit better, a little bit faster. So the more clean you work, or the cleaner you work, the better it is for you. Efficiency, efficiency, efficiency. Okay, faster we can do it, faster we can get paid. Crash film will be the same thing. Use the microfiber towels if you're looking to save a couple bucks, because crash film could get expensive. Okay, and you can't get it all the time.
We do sell it here though.
Yeah, it is available here as well. But you know, sometimes we overlook some of these things because sometimes these jobs aren't scheduled. Sometimes these jobs just happen, and that's always a good thing. Okay, that means you're making a little bit of extra cash on there. So you always start off with the most aggressive. You always start off at your lower grit number. So if you understand sandpaper, the lower the number, the more aggressive it is. The higher the number, the more refining or finishing it is. There's a difference. Sanding and finishing, two different things, or two different end results.
Most detailers are probably going to use 2000, 25, and 3.
Yeah, for the most part, yeah. And they might go to 1,000 if it's really rough.
Yeah, they may. For the most part, I've never came across that just because I didn't want to touch it, just because it was just, I'd rather not deal with that headache and let somebody else deal with it, because they weren't going to pay for a 3-step correction. They were only going to pay for that scratch removal. And I was like, well, that doesn't work. I had to fully sand it all the way down, and they were like, well, I don't want to pay. I was like, well, then I'm not going to touch it.
That's also the mentality of the trainer. You train to do it one way, to teach it one way, and then you refine accordingly.
BMW, I've had to go down to like 220.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. Yeah.
You have to slowly work your way
Absolutely.
back.
And how long did it take you?
4 hours.
Yeah, see, they were not going to pay me for 4 hours worth of work. They weren't going to pay me for that. So I was like, there's no point in me trying to do it if you're not even going to entertain me paying that. You know?
Yeah. Holy cow.
How I go about it, I make my cost. I know it's going to be under $40 no matter what, whether it's gas, the product, and everything. And then I just add however long I think it's going to take, I just do $60 an hour, and then I just add that together.
Are you mobile or are you a fixed location? Mobile. Okay. Just curious. Okay. Make sure you flush off everything that's on that surface. Okay. Before you apply anything, it has to be bone dry. It really does. If not, I don't care what you use, it isn't going to work. Our ceramic prep is good for that, but you also want to make sure you flush out anything, because that dirt gets in every little nook and cranny. So if you're going to actually go up into this area here, some lights have the connectors here, or have something built into here where it goes into the body of the car. That should be like that, okay? So you want to make sure everything gets off that before you apply anything, especially if you're looking for applying a spray-on product. You could miss something, whereas when you're applying the ceramic, you're actually working it into the surface and seeing where you're going. You can gauge that better with a ceramic application than you would with a spray application. It's just easier, but just make sure it's all flushed out, all bone dry. You have a little pancake air compressor, or even if you have a bigger one, make sure you just blow it out, make sure it's dry before you do anything on the application or the finishing side. Okay? Make sure it's that, because if not, it's not going to adhere right, and it's going to come back. Definitely going to come back. All right? Does that make sense to all? Okay? Make sure before you return that car to the customer that is all dry. Do not return it if it's not dry. Do the test, but you don't want to do the test here. Okay? You want to do it like right around here. Make sure that it's dry. Usually if it's dry here, it's going to be dry everywhere else. But just make sure that it's all dry before you give it to that customer. Because if not, it just will not be a good experience for the customer for what they paid for, and or your work having to go back and do something again. And keep in mind, some of these things are semi-permanent. You're gonna have to sand them off sometimes before you take them off if it doesn't come off with a very good, strong solvent-based product. Make sense? Questions, comments, anything? You guys are good. All right. Okay. Degreasing the headlight is part of the cleaning process. Keep in mind, the person's driving down the road, what's coming off that asphalt is a grease-based product, so you want to make sure whatever you're taking off everything, including greases or anything that could be on the headlight that's coming off the front car. So basically get a pristine starting point of your surface. That's what you want to have to be able to do. All right? There's different sizes of tape. So I have found, in my experience, to use a finer tape around the edges, so maybe 1/4 inch or 1/2 inch, whatever, and then I progressively add on to that. Sometimes I'll put 3 times masking tape, just because I want to be safe, that I don't want to have to do anything or pay for gouging someone's bumper. That's just me. That's just part of the training that I got initially. So I have no problem using a lot more masking tape. Good quality masking tape, shop around for a good price. Sometimes they get those rolls where they're already cut, whatever, and they're like a sleeve. You can get a good price on that depending on where you go. But just get good, solid masking tape, because that's a good insurance policy to have.
Just think about it, guys. This is spinning hundreds of times a second. So if this touches your paint, that's going to remove paint. So, and you have to pay for a whole paint a bumper. How much is that going to cost you? $350, $325? So, I mean,
become friendly with a body shop. They're your friend.
And then use tape. I'd rather spend $25 on tape than $325 on repainting somebody's bumper.
There you go.
So
Put like 3 layers.
perfectly, yeah.
Yeah.
If I'm going low on grit, like 220, I'll go 3 layers.
Yeah.
And that way, if I see the tape starting to rip, I'll go ahead and apply some more tape on go.
Well,
Absolutely.
yeah, you'll see
Gives
it.
me a chance to catch it before.
Yeah.
Because I put one tape, and luckily it was on like my own car, and like I went straight through it. I was like, oh.
Yes, that will definitely happen.
Note to self: masking tape is your friend.
And if you do use a drill, 'cause I like to go by hand on some, I like to go by drill on some.
For sure.
It just depends on what it is. And but like if I'm using a drill, I'm gonna go like 5-6 inches, because
A little bit more.
you'll be drilling and then it'll,
Yep.
Don't answer your
Quick.
cell phone. No text. No nothing while you're doing it, especially if you got a machine in your hand, because I mean it's today's world. That's the world we live in. And gotta answer that. And you just gouge. Just focus on what you're doing. Make sure you're using safety glasses as well, please. Okay, that dust is not good to inhale. So you must make sure you're using a mask. It doesn't have to, you don't have to go out there and get a bodysuit mask or any of that stuff. Just make sure you got something that you're not inhaling those fibers. That's not good. That's not really good. Making sure you do that. Make sure you're cleaning all your pads, or not the pads, your sanding discs after every pass. Once you see it's not cutting as much as it did when it initially did, and you start to see it kind of sort of pigtail. You ever seen a pigtail where it just looks like that? You know you've got too much dust, too much dirt on that disc. Wipe it off, go after it again. If it's not cutting, time to change it, time to go to the next one. That's what I said, apply a process. I know my process is 3-2-2-1-1-1. That's my process, whatever grit I'm using. Get your grit, get your system down. That way you'll be able to identify whenever it is, and it's doing exactly what it does along your process. That just gets you to the end way faster than just guessing at it. Fair enough? Okay. There's other ways of being able to determine, depending on the paper you're using, what it is that your usage is on that paper. Sometimes it's just a mental count. You can count to 10, 15, 20. Okay, but each process that you do, it's one. So this is not one, this is one over itself. Do a little bit of overlap so you make sure that all your grits are refining every step along the way, and you're getting every single area of that headlight. And then you prep everything and apply your coating. Anything to add, sir? Any comments, questions? Dang, big crowd.
Yep.
Cool. All right. There we go. See, I'm always going to ask for that. Any questions? Anything else? I mean, thoughts, processes. Sometimes we learn from your feedback as well, guys. Don't think that it's all, we're preaching the gospel here. We learn. I like to look at this as more of a workshop than a seminar or just us out here talking, because we learn. And then what we take from you guys and from people all over the nation, because we do cover the nation, we take those processes and take a look at what they're doing and see if it fits with our process. So we're able to say, hey, we might want to take a look at this and or refine something that we offer, or say, you know what, that doesn't work for us, but it worked for him, so, or her, so just keep that in mind.
Anything else, guys? Before we go do hands-on?
We're probably going to have a little bit of a delay because I can just hear that getting over across the street might be a little adventure, and we don't want to get you out of here all sick and stuff. So we could wait downstairs, we can wait in here and hang out, and when we hear it stops to rain, we just go across. We'll knock that out. But I want to make sure that we get you into a position where you're actually using it, get a feel for it. Have any of you used the Eagle abrasives that we offer here? No. Okay, cool. That's good, because that's going to allow you to fool around with something else you didn't use. Sir?
I'm all the way in Huntsville. How can I get to Eagle,
Huntsville,
Texas?
I don't know. You're the Texas guy, bro.
We do deliver to Huntsville. It's a $450 minimum. So you place your order, we can deliver all the way up there. No.
Anywhere close?
I mean, Conroe would be your closest, but he doesn't carry Eagle. Brian doesn't. Yeah, Brian
Oh,
doesn't.
yeah.
That's why I was like, you've been in a couple classes before. So I was like, man, where have I seen you? But yeah, I was gonna get there. I was trying to figure out. Once you said Huntsville, I was like, makes sense. Okay.
I got a BCI. Maybe we can get a ship to BCI. They do free trips too. So maybe they
That might could work.
Well, I don't know if he's gonna carry it. He's gonna have to make money on it.
Oh yeah.
He carries us, but he carries Sunlight.
Sunbite, okay.
It's okay.
Cool. Excellent. Excellent.
I'm going to jump in just real quick.
Oh, cool.
So,
Ladies and gentlemen, Dan Burrows, our
He's our
National
director,
Sales
director
Director.
detailing. Yeah, he's
I have a fancy title. I don't do anything really important at all. You guys are way more important than I am. But I want to jump in. So talking about availability of product, there are a lot of websites and a lot of places now that sell our product, and a lot of them have real low shipping minimums. So definitely Google. What we're going to use today is Eagle sandpaper. I've been selling Eagle sandpaper for about 20 years now. It's my favorite sandpaper. So since I am the guy that's in charge, I get to decide what we use. It's the only benefit of my job is I can say, no, I really like this sandpaper. So, but these guys will talk about sandpaper when we're out there. It doesn't have to be that what we do today with the sandpaper or something like that is exactly what you need to do. It's just our process that we found works the best, and it's cheaper than 3M. And that's one of the big things I like about it, is the quality level is equal to what I think is 3M, because I sold 3M for a long time. I've been selling this stuff I started out in this business in 1998. That tells you how old I am. So keep in mind when we're out there today, if you have sandpaper or you have a source or you have a sandpaper you like, we're not saying this is the only way to do it. Chemical wise, what we're going to show you is definitely probably the part you want to look at and go, okay, I see why the process requires these stinger chemicals, but the accessories, whether it's a 3-inch buffer, a sandpaper, whatever the case is. But with that said, you have a lot of options with our distributors who are out there who have really good quality websites and offer good shipping programs. Just Google it and see what you find. I hope Brian's watching. Brian, buy Eagle sandpaper. So I just wanted to jump in on that, because sometimes we kind of miss that. Where's the source of how do you get our product into your hands? So that's why I just kind of wanted to jump in. Plus, I feel like I'm left out a lot of times, and I used to be the only one doing this. So sometimes I kind of miss this. Actually, these guys will tell you my favorite part of the job is doing this. Actually, training and getting in front of you guys is my favorite part of the job. So, all right, I'll let these guys finish up with you. I just want to jump in on that because it was a good question, is how do I get the product? And that's something we really should write down and start covering a little more.
Absolutely.
So, all right.
Thank you, Dan.
Everybody. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you. Appreciate that. In front of you, you'll see, and we offer this to everyone who comes into our classes here locally, questionnaire. Basically, you also give you a check sheet. In that check sheet, just make sure that you actually insert that. So if you have a check sheet system for your customer, it's always a good practice to put in anything on there, including headlights, because you can actually give that to the customer and go over that check sheet and say, hey, look, you know what, we did notice that your headlights were a little off this week or this month. You know what, if you don't want to do it today, I can schedule it in and make sure that you allot the time so that their next visit is, but they'll have that check sheet on there. So if it stays with you or stays with the customer, you have something to go back to, refer to as a talking point and as, even more importantly, a selling point.
I mean, especially because how do your workers know what RV to do? You know, if you check them in the very beginning and then you go, all right, go ahead. They can look at the sheet. All right, these guys want the refrigerator extra clean. They want to make sure all of the carpets are really done extra well. All the spotting that they have on there is done. That's the way you make sure that the guys know what to do for them as well. And you formed it? Yeah. Okay. There we go. So I mean, it's just an easy way for everybody to have communication. Because, like I said, because you may go to the corner store and go get more gas for the pressure washer, and they're not gonna wait for 30 minutes, sitting around. They better not be, right. But now they have a list of what they need to cover. Yeah. So that's just essentially what it's.
Don't mess around. Time is money. No, right. There you go.
Absolutely.
Go. So what we're going to do now, we're going to cut off at this point from the live feed here as we go to the hands-on training, and we'll come back for the second part.
Yes.
On the more business aspect of it, to make sure that we give you as much information as we've come up with in our research to help you be better business owners and make a little bit more money. So at the end of the day, it's, one more car a day, $260 a year. Put in your price and multiply. That should be pretty cool for you. Fair enough? So we're signing off on the YouTube side. We'll be back at 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock, and we'll come back for the business course. So thank you all for tuning in. If you have any questions, please put them in the chat, and we will address those when we come back and or at our Q&A afterwards.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thanks, you guys. Thanks. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to us as well. We'll see you all at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Check, check. Sorry, guys, having technical difficulties, making sure everything's working correctly. But back, thanks again for tuning in. Sorry for being late. We are going over our business class and how we would start a detailing business and everything you would need to have, essentially. Whether it be a business license, your bank account, getting a fictitious business name, your insurance, your marketing, if you're going to lease out a spot, if you're going to get a brick and mortar, you're going to own it, training and education, being here today. For example, that's very important to know for your customers. Your customers know that you're expanding your knowledge just to learn the proper processes and procedures on how to detail their car effectively. The right tools, getting, I had a customer ask me earlier today, he was like, what about if I get a heat blow gun to do headlights a lot easier? I said, if I'm only doing headlights, yes, that would make sense. But if I'm only doing, if I do 400 cars and only 10 of them got a headlight restoration, that's only 1%. So that wouldn't justify me buying a heat gun for that process. Now, if my whole business model is headlight restoration, then absolutely I would buy a heat gun just to make sure that process gets done a lot quicker. So this is exactly what we're going to be going over. If there are any questions, feel free to comment, on our live feed, and we'd be more than happy to answer all of those questions right then and there. So, business license. Without properly registering your business, you can operate as a business. So, City of Houston, there's a link right there on our tab. Feel free, it gets you there. It'll get you the guide of how to start a business, everything you're gonna need. Whether you get incorporated, you become an LLC, a corporation, knowing that is the biggest part of what you wanna be. You need to get an EIN number for your federal taxes so that whenever you file taxes, you're already going to have your IRS already has your business and they can account for what you're doing. So, bank account, business name. Little did you know that if you're the person, if the business is under your name, you're liable for everything. So it means your house is attached. Thank you. That means your house is attached. Your car is attached. Everything is attached to your name. That's attached to your name is liable for, say, God forbid, you wreck somebody's car and it's a $90,000 car. If you don't have $90,000 in the bank to cover that vehicle, you don't have. They can take your home. They can take your car. They can take payments from your business right then and there. So getting a separate bank account on your business name is so important. So that way that happens, and the liability is off of you and not, and it's on your business. Like I said, God forbid something happens, you can file bankruptcy, and that way you can be less liable for a lot of other things that way. So it's like on the map it says Stinger Chemical. Oscar is the one who used to work for us. Oscar Hernandez used to work for us. He made this slide, and one of his businesses is called 805 Detail Shop. He was getting paid from Stinger as well as 805 Detail Shop. 805 Detail Shop was a separate name that he used to keep himself protected in case, God forbid, one of those classic cars that he has, he isn't in, something happens and something wrecks the car and he is not liable for that vehicle. So he kept his license separate from him being liable for covering everything else. Insurance, the most common thing that people forget that is in insurance, that your regular car insurance does not cover you doing somebody else's car. You would need business insurance, just so that way your car insurance is only monitored by your car. Whatever your car hits or you hit, that's covered by your vehicle, nothing else. So say you're detailing out of your car, you have your tanks and hoses, and you're washing somebody's car and you bleach their rim out. Your car insurance won't cover that. Your business insurance will cover that. So just finding out stuff like that, people, most common misconception is that their car insurance will cover it since they're a mobile guy. That is far from the truth. most mobile guys carry an additional insurance because they're liable for, say you get a professional athlete's vehicles. They have 10 cars. The cheapest car they have is $500,000 or $100,000. You have 10 of them. That's $1 million. Your insurance won't cover. If your insurance only covers 400 grand, you can only do 4 cars technically. You can't touch any other cars because you aren't liable for those other cars. You don't have enough liability coverage for those cars. So understanding the insurances and what you can get is the most important thing you can honestly have as a mobile insurance detailer. Mortgages and leases. If you are going to buy a place, get a brick and mortar, understanding the cost of getting that as opposed to leasing. Leasing is always going to be a little bit higher because you don't own it. If something happens with the light or the AC, you can call the owner of the of the building or the business complex that you're at, and they can come fix that. Whereas if you're mortgaging and you buy it, that's all on you. So understanding the pros and cons. Of course, everyone's major, goal is to own everything outright, to be the owner, to be the one person that they rely about. Well, it also takes work, and you also have to understand that you can't just all of a sudden go buy a 10,000 foot square garage and be the king. You have to understand that it takes steps. You may have to start off as a mobile person, build your clientele, and then work your way to brick and mortar. After you go from a mobile detailer, you lose about 35% of your customers off the bat becoming a brick and mortar because the convenience that you gave them of you going to them, then they have to come to you. So you lose about a third of your customers off the bat for that reason alone. So understanding the pros and cons of, yes, you're going to take a hit in the very beginning. Most likely, eventually, it should be prosperous and you should be good from there. So, insurance is probably one of the most important things that you could ever get for yourself. Just because I don't know how many cars it would take for you to wash, but say for instance, I'm sanding a car down and I go through the paint and it's a $95,000 Porsche. I don't have 95 grand or I don't have 20 grand to repaint that car off the, sitting on the side. I would go through my insurance and do it that way. So it's just, like I said, it's a liability thing for myself and for yourself as well. Chemicals, tools, and accessories. Now, if you don't know how much it costs to wash a vehicle, that's problem number one. Now, I'm not telling you to go in and get graduated cylinders and you only pour 40 milliliters and you figure out that. Now, yes, that ideally that would be the correct way to do it. But knowing if you use 4 ounces of degreaser, 3 ounces of soap, you can, in a foam cannon, you can get 3 cars out of a foam cannon. You can get 6 cars out of a bottle. You can do the math that way. It cost me, whenever I was fully detailing, it cost me on a basic wash, no paint correction or anything, I was running about $4.50 to $6, depending on how bad of a car it was per cost and chemicals alone. Not including my time, not including my gas to get there. It cost me that amount of money just to wash inside and outside of a vehicle. So if I'm charging $35, I'm only making $29. My time, and it takes me an hour to wash the inside and out of the vehicle. Now I really essentially made maybe $9 because I want to pay myself at least $25 an hour, $30 an hour. So now I'm looking at, I just profited $9. That's not real. That's not a way to make money. Now, if you feel that's $9 is enough for you, then by all means, who am I to tell you what you need to live off of? Now, me personally, I couldn't live off of $9 per car. I would want to make at least $100 per car. And if I wash 60 cars, looking at $6,000 a week. So that's the way in my mindset, that's how I was looking at it. Now, is that a real number that I hit? No, I'm just throwing out an example number. So, was that my goal? Absolutely, that was always my goal. I want to hit $5,000 a week. That's my goal. $5,000 a week, $5,000 a week. Now, were there days that I got it? Yes. Were there days that I didn't get it? Absolutely. So it's just all about understanding the cost of what it takes for you to wash or detail a vehicle. Chemicals, brushes, microfiber towels, polishers, pads, every little thing that you think, all of that is a cost. None of these things are given to your customer where they pay you back. This is all stuff that's costing you money to wash a vehicle. So this is essentially our bread and butter. Chemicals is how you can control cost. We have our mixing station. Now this is a mobile thing. If you're brick and mortar, you can go here, you can go press a button, simple as this, and that literally will fix your cost on chemicals. So knowing your cost on chemicals and what you can do, you can figure out, okay, now I can afford, as opposed to going to Harbor Freight and buying a polisher, I can actually go and buy a Dynabrade, a Flex Buffer. I can also buy a tool that extractor. I can buy a pressure washer, a better pressure washer, you know, as opposed to buying $100 one from Home Depot. This all allows me to control everything that I'm doing. Accessories, you know, how useful are accessories? Tornadors, we have tornadors, we have IK sprayers, we have products, accessories, you know, that don't, people feel like sprayers, example. People always ask me, how come they don't make a sprayer that lasts forever? I said, because it's $2. People look at me like, that's crazy. I'm like, it's $2. You want something that's $2 to last you forever. Think about what you're asking me for. You're not paying $2,000, you're paying $2 for it. Why would I make you something that's gonna last forever, that's $2? And they all look at me like, they start thinking about it. I'm like, yeah. I was like, absolutely, guys. Like, this is the way the sprayer company stays in business, you know? I'm pretty sure they could. I wouldn't doubt it. I'm not in the sprayer business, I'm in the chemical business. I'm being real. So if that's the easiest thing that I can make an example of is sprayers, because everyone buys sprayers. Everyone has to buy sprayers. That's why there's chemical resistant ones that last a little bit longer, and there's some that are just easy, cheap, you know, 99 cents, call it a day. So accessories are very, very important. Tools are very important. Chemicals are very important. Knowing and identifying what you're trying to do. If you're offering a leather conditioning, knowing what kind of leather you have. Is it protected leather? Is it is it natural leather? Is it synthetic leather? I've never seen a red or yellow cow, but I've seen red and yellow leather. Is it dyed? I got to know what product I can be able to put on it without removing that color or the protection that it has on it. So, like I said, chemicals is going to be your number one way to fix costs and determine what you're going to be spending per wash. So all that leads in, like I said, to tools, figuring out which tools you're going to need, pressure washers, sanders, extractors, vacuums, steamers even. In Houston, I really don't recommend using steamers because it's so humid here. It just takes a lot longer to dry out. But certain places of the U.S., there's steamers are a necessity. I like steam cleaning. I prefer steam cleaning a lot. But when I was detailing, I just realized that I was adding more moisture inside my vehicle. It was taking me a lot longer for it to dry. So I had to just wait 10, 15 more minutes for it just drying. I'm not doing anything but waiting for the car to dry before I can give it back to the customer. That's wasting my time. So finding dry pads, you know, dry pods that we have, using those, you know, to dry the inside of my car out a lot easier, especially here in humidity. I mean, you know, Florida's humid. You know, California has parts of that's very humid. People tell me Tennessee's humid. Now, it's very debatable, but I heard it. So it's figuring out your climate, figuring out your processes, figuring out everything that is comfortable and comparable for you to use. Don't get me wrong. The internet is amazing. I see people with, you know, $30,000 rigs that they put in their cars. They transform their vans to this. They spend, you know, 25 grand decking it out, and they don't even wash one car yet. And they've already spent $45,000 on a business, and they haven't even washed one car. Now, was that ideal? Is that in a perfect world? Would that be great? Absolutely. In reality, honestly, I loaded up my little 4-door Camry that I had, and I just washed out of there. I had to make it work for my first year. I didn't have thousands of dollars or someone wanting to invest in me and giving me all of this stuff. So making it work for you and making it understandable for you is number one. So training and education. You're here. You're supposed to be, you're learning, you're understanding everything that is needed to do a successful detailing job, where it be you're cleaning carpets, understanding what kind of carpet, what kind of stain it is. Is it an oil stain? Is it a food stain? Is it vomit? Is it fecal? You know, understanding what you're cleaning understands what chemical you're going to use. And that's where, if you don't get the right education, you can just be using an all clean. Yes, all clean is great. It can clean almost anything. But if you're having blood and you're having organic stuff, that solvent is not going to eat through all that. Whereas an enzyme product like our 709, it's made for organic stuff, and it just naturally eats it, and it continues eating at all those bad proteins that are in that carpet, inside that stain. So it's gonna make my job easier. It's gonna make my cleanup a lot easier. It's gonna make my detail a lot easier. Because time is money. At the end of the day, there's one thing you can never get back is time. So if I'm constantly going over and over the same spot with all clean because I know it's not coming out, it's slowly but surely coming out, or I know I can set my enzyme up, set it on there, let it sit for about 20 minutes, and go do other parts of the car and come back to it, knowing it's gonna be breaking up and I can easily extract it out. Understanding that, getting the training and education on chemicals and processes and procedures, coming to our classes for ceramic coating, paint correction, sanding, headlight restoration, advanced product knowledge. All of those are very, very key and important to understanding what you're getting out of your trainings and education. People who just show up, don't ask any questions, don't write anything down. They just hear because their boss told them. I don't think they're getting the proper education. They're not absorbing what we're trying to give them. I'm not here telling them my word is gospel. What I've learned out in the field, and I've learned from y'all, is what's helped me give this training and education, and helps you. What I feel gets the proper way to detail a car out. So I'm not saying that Stinger is the best. There's other companies out there. There's a Rupes Training. There's Detailing Success. There's Mike Phillips. There's hundreds of them out there. YouTube though, everybody has an opinion on YouTube. So keep that in mind. And videos can be manipulated on YouTube as well. Actually going and physically seeing and getting training and education, I feel like is the best way to do it. So marketing strategy. Everybody has social media. I at least hope. If you're running a business, I at least hope you have social media. Because if you don't have social media, you're definitely losing out on money. How do people know your name? If you have tattoos, you didn't just go to a random person and say, "Oh, give me a tattoo." You had to look at their profile. You looked them up. How did you know their portfolio? How did you know without going to visit them that they could do tattoos? You had to see on some kind of social media the before and after pictures of them redoing someone's tattoo or them helping them out. It's just understanding what services you provide. Now you can show them, this is what a one-step looks like. You have the before and after. You show them what a two-step before and after. You show them what a car looks like ceramic coated and what it doesn't look like ceramic coated. That's all marketing strategies for you to maximize the amount of money you're going to make. So profile, absolutely. You're building your own profile. You're building your own portfolio essentially. Just so that way, because how does somebody going to trust you with their, let's just say, their minivan. A mom comes in, she doesn't have a lot of money. She has 4 kids. Her and her husband are, literally working. They work all the time. They don't have time to clean their cars. She's trusting you with their car. If you're not saying, "Oh, I can do this," she's not going to go to you. She has to see it, or they have to see it before they trust you, because they're not going to be like, "Oh, you're my first customer." Usually, your first customer should be your family. First things first, guys. Let's be real. First things first. Your first 15, 20 customers should be all your family, just because they will give you the dead honest truth, or they should at least tell you the dead honest truth. Hey, you missed this spot. You didn't clean this part right. You didn't vacuum everything correctly. They should be able to give you the raw, unedited pointers before, because if I see somebody not doing something right, I'm gonna give them a tip, and I'm never gonna come back to them ever again. They're not gonna tell me what I did wrong. I just won't see them, and I would try to figure out what happened. Feedback, absolutely. And so just essentially knowing social media that can give you the pointers, the before and afters, that can help give your profile to somebody and be like, yes, this is the services I want him to provide for me. So understanding marketing strategies, going to like your local, let's say grocery stores, or your local, what is it called? Lions Club, which is essentially a group of CEOs and business owners that have a Rotary Club that they have meetings, council meetings, their city council meetings as well. And knowing your neighborhood councils and getting in with them is they can promote everything, and they can, oh, this guy owns upholstery, but this guy does detailing. This guy has a dirty car. I can refer him to so-and-so. And understanding that. Now that's a step up, but understanding where you can get free marketing at is very, very key as well. Pricing isn't everything. You hear us say that all the time. We had a guy ask us earlier, how does he get in with dealerships? How do I do ceramic coatings for dealerships? Without them, how do they hire me to do it? I was like, well, first of all, you're gonna charge them a lot less than what you would do it on the road for. You'd probably charge the dealership $600, $700 to apply it, just so they can sell it for $2,200. The dealership always has to make the most money. They will never take less money for you. They're always going to take more. So I would be like, that would be for my wintertime. I would try and partner with the dealership. Like, hey, let me do 2 or 3 of your vehicles. I'll give you a break on them. I don't know who's doing them now, but I can give you a break on 2 a week or whatever. It's just that way you keep consistently getting during the slow season. You keep getting income. Or you could be doing interiors, do an interior special, just so that way not everybody's gonna clean their outside because it's gonna be really cold, but a lot of people want their insides cleaned. So it's just understanding pricing isn't everything. Now, also, don't be too cheap. That's also a very big thing that, especially here in this Houston market, is I've seen people do inside and outside cars for $65, inside and out. I'm like, bro, you're not making any money, dude. I was like, well, how many cars a day are you doing? He goes, I'm doing like 4 or 5. And I was like, for $65 a day, for $65 a car, you're doing 5 cars. I said, that's $550. I said, that's good money on paper. I said, but how many hours did you work? What is the process? What chemicals did you use? Are you doing inside and out? He's like, I'm doing all of them. I'm giving them tire dressing. I'm giving them spray wax. And I'm like, bro, that's costing you at least $10, $12 worth of product. And you're charging them $65, and you want to pay yourself. I was like, and you got to drive to them. I was like, bro, you're probably making like $30 a car, and that's 6 cars. That's $180. I was like, that's a lot different than the $550 that you got to actually figuring out what you're actually making. So I was like, that's why pricing isn't everything. You want to increase your money? Yes, you raise your price. Now, do you go from a $35 wash all of a sudden to a $135 wash? That's almost impossible. You lose all your clientele. So you have to gradually increase. Guys, gas has gone up, energy's gone up, healthcare's gone up, insurance has gone up. All of those people are still paying it. So we're providing a service to them where they have to understand that it's a premium service, so they have to pay premium dollars for it. I mean, where else in the world can someone come to your house and wash 4 of your vehicles? I don't know really anywhere else really. They have the convenience to do that here. So understanding your price, understanding it costs, understanding what it takes to run a business is very, very, very important. But yeah. Why? I just did the whole presentation. We're already at the end. I'm already at the end.
Paradise? Paradise is wet, muggy.
So guys, thanks again for tuning in on YouTube. It was a pleasure. Please like and subscribe to us. If there are any questions, feel free to shoot us a message or email. We'll see y'all soon. Thanks again.